I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the Journal. Senator Michelson Jeanette.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of November 19th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
November 20th, correctly re-engross Senate Bills 1 and 3, correctly revise House Bills 1001, 1003, correctly re-revised House Bills 1002 and 1008.
Mr. Pro Tem.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege for the good senator from Denver.
The motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. But first, members, there is another Berg among us. Please welcome back Senator Kevin Lundberg to the Colorado Senate. Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I just wanted to really quickly acknowledge that even though it is the week of Thanksgiving and even though they are out of school, we have a group that is represented by the City and County of Denver's Office of Independent Monitor, various students from different schools in Denver Public Schools. They are leaders in their community. They wanted to come visit the Capitol, which is the craziest thing for a young person to want to do when they have some time off, but it shows you that they're not ordinary students. They're leaders amongst their peers, and they're here to learn about the work we do here at the legislature. So would you all please stand to be recognized? Thank you so much for coming today. We appreciate you.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that SJR 001 lay over until later in the day.
The motion is to lay over Senate Joint Resolution 1 until later today. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. Senate Joint Resolution 1 will lay over until later today. Members, we are having, once again, some IT issues. We will stand in a brief recess as we get it figured out. The Senate will come back to order. Introduction of resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 1, concerning by Senators Rodriguez and Representative Duran, concerning adjournment sine die of the first extraordinary session of the 74th General Assembly.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, I move that SJR 001 lay over until later in the day.
The motion is to lay over Senate Joint Resolution 1 to later today. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Joint Resolution 1 will lay over until later today. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1001?
House Bill 1001 by Representatives Lindsay and Herard and Senators Gonzalez and Buckner concerning the creation of the Emergency Rental Assistance Grant Program within the Department of Local Affairs for the purpose of providing emergency rental assistance during the 2023-2024 state fiscal year.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. Is this on? Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I move House Bill 23B 1001 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 23B 1001. Are there any no votes? Senators Baisley, Pelton R., Simpson, Pelton B., Rich, Liston, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Van Winkle, Lundin, Smallwood. You don't have to do what they tell you. Will. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 23B 1001 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Hansen, Coleman, Mullica, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Janal, Winter, Henriksen, Zenzinger, Fields, Sullivan, Danielson, Priola. Michelson Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Kolker, please have the president. Will the clerk please add Senator Cutter to the roll? Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of House Bill 1001.
The motion is for the reconsideration of House Bill 1001. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1001?
House Bill 1001 by Representative Lindsay and Herod and Senators Gonzalez and Buckner concerning the creation of the Emergency Rental Assistance Grant Program within the Department of Local Affairs for the purpose of providing emergency rental assistance during the 2023-2024 state fiscal year.
Senator Gonzalez.
So nice, we had to do it twice. Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 23B 1001 on third reading and final passage another time. Thank you.
This is your chance, Senator Will. Make it all right. The motion is the passage of House Bill 1001. Are there any no votes? Senators Baisley, Van Winkle, Will, Rich, Gardner, Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1001 is passed. Co-sponsors, if you were on it, you're still on it. Senator Cutter. Members, I just want to remind folks we are on third reading. I know it's been a long couple of days and we're a little wacky, but we are still continuing to have issues with the audio, and for some folks it is difficult to hear. Yep. So please, let's just try to keep it down, the chit-chat down a little bit on third reading so people know what they're voting on. 34 of you have made that joke now. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1003?
House Bill 1003 by Representative Snyder and Senators Mullica and Fenberg concerning the creation of the property tax task force and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Yeah, we're just on this last bill. I'm on it now.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1003 and request permission to offer a third amendment.
Will you explain the need for a third reading amendment? Senator Fenberg.
Mr. President, I would love to. We were moving a little fast and furious last night, so there's nothing major here. There are a couple of things in this amendment. Number one, it clarifies when the commission has to start meeting, because we thought the deadline was a little fast. So we gave them another, I think, week and a half or so to have their first meeting and clarify. They don't have to have 2 meetings in December, because that would mean they're probably meeting very much during the holiday break. So we clarified that around the schedule. We also clarified the language around what they have to actually do with the initiatives that are already filed at title board. We reference it, that they have to consider them, and then we just simply say they have to provide a summary of that evaluation in the report. We weren't explicit about that, so we just wanted to make it clear. And we changed the name from the Property Tax Task Force to the Commission on Property Tax. And I think that is essentially it, and The one change about the purpose of evaluating the titles is just in there 3 times. So that's why it's longer.
The question before the body is Senator Finberg's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Permission is granted. Would the clerk please read Amendment L053?
Amendment L053 to House Bill 1003. Amend revise page 7, line 6, strike 5, and substitute 18, page 7, line 7, substitute March 15th, except that the...
Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House L53.
To the amendment, Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I described the purposes of L53. It's about scheduling changes, making it explicitly clear what they're supposed to do when they evaluate these titles, and change the name of the commission itself.
Any further discussion? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pro Tem. Committee. Okay, thank you. Gosh, we could have saved a word here. You could have just made it the Property Tax Commission instead of the Commission on Property Tax, just saying. But otherwise, I don't see really any issues with your amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of Amendment L053. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, L053 is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, sounds like various pockets are not getting audio, maybe in the lobby, so I request a senatorial 5 as we figure out the microphones for the 92nd time.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Check 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 check. The gate logic gate. There is no logic on that gate. Chestiera, see if you can override this.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Nothing.
Mic check.
Testing, 1 2
Testing
3.
1 2.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it off. Let's go reboot the mic.
Testing 1 2. Check check. Mic test 1 2 1 2.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Testing 1 2. Check check. Mic check. Testing 1 2. Good morning. This is the Senate Chamber audio. Testing 1 2. Check check. Good morning. Testing 1 2. This is the Senate chamber.
Mic test, mic test. Mic test, mic test.
Mic check. It's working, but it is not loud at all. Yeah. Testing and rolling room. Testing and rolling room. Testing. Mic check. 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 No, I didn't think so. I mean, it is so quiet. So there's something wrong with the gain on the system. No, nothing. They can hear good. Okay, it's just the speakers in here that we can't hear. Lobby is able to hear my voice out there. Lobby, voice. No, not very well. A little low. Okay. And I'm talking quite a ways back, but that's normal here.
Well, I thought you might want to.
Get the credit. I told him you were going. Let me check it. Did you check it?
Hanson. The middle name.
Can you hear me now? Good. Okay. You and I can talk to each other.
Loud and clear.
Mic check. Lobby. Mic check. Date on here. Lobby. Mic check. Mic check in the lobby. Exactly. Just want you to go home, Barbara. I want all of us to go home. We can't go home until we have to adjourn on the mic as well, though. The lobby has to hear that.
We hear you fine on Zoom.
Speaker test, satellite speaker test, satellite speaker test. Check, 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 check. Mic check, check.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. We have volume. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 1 2. Mic check. Can you turn it up, maybe? This one's coming off some feed. So I'm not getting anything on this one. The speaker was off when I was up here. That's a really good. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. 1 2. It's not. Yeah. 1 2. Mic check. Mic check. Testing 1 2. 1 2. Mic check.
I don't know if it's a correlation, but it is.
Correlation is not causation. Look at this. You go, is it Monday? Screwed up like it was. They showed up here on Friday.
Okay, testing 1 2 1 2. There's just no reader mic. There's no reader mic.
Test, test, test. That sounds better. 1 2 1 2. Yeah.
That's our next step. The sergeants have already alerted us to that issue. 1 2 1 2. Nothing in the antechamber, correct?
Lobby,
Nothing?
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
No.
Teresa, could you see if there's sound out there? 1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Okay, 1 2 1 2. 1 2. No? Okay.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. You're hot, even though the incandescent bulb isn't working. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. The bulb's out. It's just. Yeah. Speaking. 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. I'm really hot on the mic right now, trying to talk as loud as I can. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Check, check, check.
So I just have to remember to turn it on and off.
Lean into it.
No, I do that.
Yeah, lean in.
I'm just worried about not turning it off.
We can replace that bulb. I gotta go find another light.
Okay. Mic check. So it's on now. I'm going to turn it off. Mic check.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Hot on the mic, hot on the mic. Left mic, right mic, right mic. Left mic, right mic, right mic, right mic. Left mic, left mic. Mic check, 1 2. Talking very close to the mic for volume. Right mic for volume. Talking loud and into it. Mic check. P's, Q's, R's, S's, T's. Okay. Lobby cannot hear the right mic. That's good news. Lobby can hear left mic, though. Left mic. Lobby, left mic. I've heard right mic doesn't work in the lobby. Right mic does not work, but I heard left mic does. Left mic is good.
Is it working?
Both are working now.
Senator Pelton? Senator Pelton, can you hear us? Look, I fixed it.
Okay, so that's the program. Leave it in there until we get it answers.
I got my headphones in. I'm on the call. What? No, not right now. We're going to stop to eat lunch. What's barbecue chips?
Senator Kolker, we can hear you.
Ah.
Tell your kids and wife we say hi, though.
Senate chamber. That's good. That's loud. It's good.
Sorry, there was a lot of subterfuge. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, yeah.
Thought we were ready, Robert. We good? Where's Mullen? We good? Good? I'm good. You good? Great. Good to go. Here we go. Great to go.
Where are, like, we're on the bill.
Back to the bill. Yeah.
Members, we are back on third reading, hearing House Bill 23B 1003. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill, in some ways, is really not, it's not going to have any immediate impact on anyone's life, on anyone's property taxes, on the work that we do here. It is about the long-term conversation. The other bills that we've been discussing are the ones that provide short-term relief. They do something for this tax year. This is acknowledging that there's a bigger long-term issue that we still need to wrestle with. And I want to thank the good senator from Thornton and the colleagues in the House who worked on this. It's taken on many different forms over the last 4 days. And today. We've got a couple more third reading amendments that we're going to offer. Just joking. But here's the thing. I think we went into this session, I went into this session knowing people are going to twist themselves up in knots and figure out the partisan advantage on this versus that, and that's going to happen on both sides because this has become a very partisan issue, property taxes. What I think is a bummer is that that has extended to this debate a little bit. This is a commission of people that largely are the ones that are most impacted from an administrative standpoint, that actually already have tools at their disposal, but are doing it in not a uniform fashion, and there's questions around how to use those tools and when and how it's going to interact with the tools that we use here at the state. And I didn't really like how the bill started when it was introduced. Frankly, I liked it less after it was amended in the House and came to us. And then I think the Senate did what the Senate should do: deliberate, discuss, bring in new voices, and say, well, what did the House do? What are we actually trying to achieve here? What's the outcome we're looking for? And in a lot of the conversations that we had with folks on both sides of the aisle and folks that represent different districts and communities, there are a lot of requests made. And the reason why I think the outcome that I suspect is going to happen is a bummer is because I think that all of those conversations were very much in good faith. And we all have the same goal. But sometimes partisan politics makes that really confusing for people that are watching. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle said, you got to have more county commissioners on here. At the end of the day, I think there was a point in conversation where it was, this should actually pretty much only be county commissioners, maybe an assessor. And yes, that came from the former county commissioners. So we said, okay, let's look at that. So we added more county commissioners. There's 5 on this commission. And then the conversation said, well, you can't just have county commissioners. They have to be regionally representative. They have to come from all areas of the state. Every community is different from the one next to it and the one far away from it. And we need to have that regional representation. We weren't sure exactly how to accomplish that, but from a lot of feedback from folks who have worked in this area and folks who work in county regional organization, said, well, there are some models out there. Let's look at that. So we did. So we required regional representation. Every region, in the way that other commissions define the regions, are represented. Mountain, Eastern, Western, Southern, all 5 that are previously listed are represented. And then it was brought to our attention, well, I mean, this is a Democrat commission. The Democrats are appointing most of the people. Even though, I mean, most commissions, most task forces that come out of the legislative body, the representation, the appointments are generally proportional to the level of who's in the majority and who's not. So generally speaking, the majority party would have 2 appointments, the minority party would have 1 appointment out of a chamber. So, well, let's look at that. So we said, okay, equal number of Democrats to Republicans. Instead of 6 total, let's have 4. There's 1 Democrat from the Senate, 1 Republican from the Senate, 1 Democrat from the House, 1 Republican from the House. Completely equal. And there's, well, yeah, okay, that's the legislators, but what about the appointing authority? Why do you as Democrats get so many more appointments? Well, we're in charge. That's usually how it works. It was based on virtually every other commission and task force. We said, but let's look at it. So we looked at it. What do? We made them equal. The minority party gets the exact same number of appointments as the majority party. Some people said, I don't like the governor having all these appointments. And I think we agreed unanimously. And we did something about that too. Sorry, Jared. And then it was like, well, okay, you've met us pretty much on everything. We need some property owners on there. Why are we having bureaucrats have this conversation without talking about the taxpayer? We said, well, all right, let's look at that. So we looked at it. There's now seats for commercial or residential property owners. And said, well, business is left out. So, okay, we'll look at that. We added a business seat, the executive director of a statewide business organization. And we gave those appointments to the minority party. So I don't pick some liberal from Boulder to represent the business community. It's yours. You appoint that person. And then the answer was, we're still not there. Why? Why? Because there may be, based on one of these appointments, there may be a teacher on there. There may be an educator. And yeah, they're impacted by property taxes, but we don't think they should have a seat. They shouldn't have a vote. I think we could debate that. They should, they shouldn't. They're impacted, they're not impacted, they're impacted indirectly. But it's important to a lot of us that an organization that represents educators or an organization that has expertise in school finance, because property taxes is inextricably linked to school finance, that they do have a seat at the table. We weren't going to budge on that. And then there's another seat that says it's reserved for somebody who works for an organization that advocates for low-income people, seniors, people on fixed incomes, renters. One seat. Can't have that on there. Even though for months we've been hearing about this is going to most negatively impact low-income people and renters and seniors. People on fixed incomes. We think they should have a seat at the table for this conversation. That's the opposition, those two seats. And I'm not saying this to make it more partisan or to point fingers. What I'm saying is there's a time and place for partisan disagreement. And then there's a time and place to say, let's just get the right people in the room and solve it. And I may disagree on who some of those people are. You may disagree on who some of those people are. Let's meet each other at least in the middle. I would say we met you much more than in the middle. This is a conversation, this long conversation about property taxes in the state of Colorado. I don't want it to be partisan, genuinely. It's not working out that great for my party to be the tip of the spear on this conversation. I don't think we want to own the conversation of property taxes forever. I don't want it to be partisan. I want to remove it from the partisan field and give it to real people, to have this conversation, to deliberate, make a recommendation, and maybe that recommendation is don't touch it. Yeah, everyone thinks it's broken, but the other options would be worse. Or maybe the recommendation is something no one has thought about yet. And then we will do our job and come together and debate and discuss and figure out how to move forward in our role as representatives of our districts. I don't want it to be partisan. I don't think anybody on this side of the aisle wants this to be partisan. I also don't want us as a legislature to wrestle with this topic in a way that it impacts the entire 2024 session. I think we do need some distance, some space on this conversation. Take it out of our hands for a little while. It'll probably come back to us. But let's get some space and let others wrestle over this, debate over it. That's what this is about. I feel like the good senator from Thornton and others that were having this conversation, we really were close. I think we gave just about everything. But darn it, we weren't willing to say a teacher needs to be outside of the room. They have to sit in the audience. We weren't willing to say the person who cares about senior citizens and their property taxes, or low-income people and how this impacts their properties or their rentals, we weren't willing to say they also have to be in the audience. We said they should be at the table. They're not going to have enough votes to dictate the outcome, just like nobody will. But they should have a seat. That was the opposition, as far as I can understand it. To me, that's a bummer. This should be something that we unanimously say, let's take it out of our hands for a little while, let the temperature come down, and have folks engage on this and provide recommendations, and then we will decide what to do together. And that's when the partisan games may start up again, and that's fine. But I think this is a balanced, fair, and responsible bill. And it might not work, but I think we should give it a shot. And I hope we can do this in a bipartisan fashion and hand this to this commission. I have my doubts that that's what the outcome will be, but I think it's a shame. And I would hope that we could at least, even if we don't see eye to eye on some of these policies, at least say, let's have the experts, the people that are most impacted, the people that are on the front lines, have this conversation and report back. So I do urge an aye vote on this bill. I think it's important because it is not about one-time relief. It is not about a Band-Aid. It's about the long-term conversation on where our state goes on property taxes and all of the various people and districts and communities that are profoundly impacted by that decision. So we can disagree on how 303 was handled, on HH, and what did voters really mean? We can have that conversation until we're blue in the face. But I also think we can have a conversation where we say, let's just take a step back, take this one step at a time, and figure it out. The right people should be in the room, and I think that's what this commission does. Puts the right people in the room to have this conversation in an adult and responsible manner. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I thank the other president, the permanent president for his comments. As I look at this, certainly you have heard one framing that asks that it not be partisan. I don't think it is partisan. I think that there is an honest policy set of challenges here, and it is policy differences, therefore not partisan differences, that are driving this. Now, the walking through the nature and composition and the multiple iterations and the multiple iterations and the multiple iterations and the multiple iterations, absolutely fair. There was a lot of work done on this that, quite frankly, took something that was a, please, don't talk to me about that, conversation to, okay, this is getting better, but do I believe that it is the right policy outcome? And sadly, for my perspective, we did not get to that place where it is the right policy outcome. And the crux, of course, as the prior speaker, the president, correctly said, is around certain inclusions on the task force and the absence or exclusion of other potential individuals that, depending on where you sit, might dictate where you stand, and I stand in the place that says that we're not going to get the result that I believe is adequately informed for the purpose of the commission. Then there is beyond that, and this is my personal favorite in this particular conversation, is it appropriate at all? Is there a need for yet one more subset of a subset that feeds information back to the General Assembly? Or should this be something that we, not in the last several days, and I appreciate the acknowledgement of the challenges, the fraught with peril approach that 303, which led to HH, came through, but perhaps this is something, and this is quite frankly my perspective, this is something that the General Assembly itself should pick up and deal with directly and create from whole cloth with the authority of convening that we have and so forth. At one point, as we were walking through possible outcomes, my perspective was that a select committee might in fact be a better way to approach this, but that did not gather enough traction to end up in a policy proposal before you, which we're discussing now on thirds. The answer to the question of partisanship, I guess the eye is in the beholder, and I think we'll have an opportunity to behold the fate of this particular piece of legislation when it returns to the House. I think the House may take this effort to get to a better place and say, not what we released into the wild, no. I mean, that is a possibility, and I don't know, and I would not challenge that would be for partisan reason or policy reason, but certainly it might in fact have some means and value in informing that particular set of questions. So I rise to say, I really like the tone of this third reading debate, and I think the tone of this third reading debate is as sound as it is because the conversations in effort to get to a policy solution, which sadly I believe we did not get to a policy solution, were also good. Those conversations were also very good in their tone, and I thank the counterparties who were involved in this, the good senator from the northeast 7/8 of Colorado. I exaggerate, his district is not 7/8 of Colorado, it's just gigantic, who has been working this issue for an extended period of time. And then the good senator from Thornton, who picked it up and carried it after it had been dropped on the floor and stomped on, and I think a few people might have even spit on it before you picked it back up and decided to carry it. I'm grateful for the efforts that have been. Sadly, the policy, in my perspective, is not answering the call, and I will be a no vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Basin.
Thank you, Mr. President Pro Tem. I thought last night when we were being prompted to address what was our hesitation with one particular member of the committee. And after thinking about it last night, I thought I should respond to that. So I'm going to do that now. Initially, House Bill 1003 included in its list the words, an individual representing a labor organization, and so on. It was ultimately restated a statewide organization that represents Colorado educators. Now, we all in this room, everyone in this room, appreciates and respects our teachers. We love our teachers. This is not about teachers. It is, however, about the unionization across the street, who's maintained their headquarters right across the street. Now, when I came into the legislature 5 years ago, I was told that there was an undue influence by three organizations, and one in particular being the Colorado Education Association. But in my very first committee in the House, and the very first bill that I heard as a committee member and as a state representative was an excellent idea proposed by a member of the House, who's still in the House, from the Western Slope. And the idea of the bill was to create a training program for teachers who were promoted to principal, and to get a training, like a management training for them. And I thought that was a great idea, with the one exception. In the bill, it said that the training could only come from a nonprofit organization. So I approached the sponsor of the bill right before we sat down to drop the gavel on the committee, and I said, hey, why would you restrict this to nonprofit only? And her response was, well, we kind of don't like profit in education. And I said, well, what if the best person to educate, to train the incoming principal is the outgoing principal? That person could not do so under this rule. She says, well, if we were to amend that out, would you vote for the bill? And I said, I absolutely would. I think it's otherwise a great idea. So we shook hands on that deal. So of course I grabbed the drafter, had an amendment put together, and when the amendment phase came up, I submitted that amendment. The sponsor of the bill, sitting at the witness table, said, I received Representative Baisley's amendment as a friendly amendment, and I intend to vote for it, because she was also a member of the committee. And as we were debating my amendment with the members of the committee, that same sponsor of the bill paused, held up her cell phone, and says, wait a minute, I just got a text from the CEA, the Colorado Education Association. They don't like Representative Baisley's bill or amendment, so I'm going to vote against it. So I saw in real time what I was told was the reputation. And the other concern, for years, the majority party has opened up its week with a meeting across the street at the headquarters of the Colorado Education Association. This is the concern, not of a teacher, but of the Colorado Education Association. If they are at the table, and it's kind of an awkward assignment for this particular purpose, the mission of this committee or task force. But if one person from that organization is at the table, my concern is that the majority party members would simply do whatever they were told by that. That's my concern. I think it's inappropriate. I'm concerned about that. I don't trust that, and that's what gives me the greatest pause with House Bill 1003. I appreciate your hearing me out. I appreciate your giving that some thought over time, because that's probably not a reputation that anyone would want to have. You want to be independent-minded, represent your constituents. We all need to be representing our constituents, and not one organization that has undue influence over us. So that's my concern. I appreciate your hearing me out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support of House Bill 1003. And, we had a cliffhanger last night, and I could barely sleep. And I want to thank the good senator from Teller County has finally allowed me to get some rest tonight. We now know the hang-up that was causing hesitation yesterday. So thank you for ending the cliffhanger for me. I feel much better. I have 2 points I want to make. Point number one, and I think the president did a great job with this, we are likely to have no bipartisanship on this bill. I think that is unfortunate, particularly because by any reasonable reading of the now makeup of this commission, at least 10 of the members arguably lean toward the right out of 19. And the last time I checked, there were 69 Democrats in the General Assembly, so that's pretty good. That's a pretty great offer on the table here. And the point I want to make is, do not confuse lack of any bipartisanship on this vote with an imbalance on this task force. That's the key point. And I want to make sure the people of Colorado can see that really clearly. Is we have moved mountains, we have come a long distance to make sure we have a balanced commission, arguably one that actually leans toward the right, to tackle these important issues. So do not confuse a lack of bipartisan votes with a lack of bipartisanship in this important commission. First point. Second point, which is a little bit more about function, I want to make sure we do not repeat the mistake we made with the Alcohol Policy Task Force. We received their report out several months ago, and I kept seeing things like 6 to 2 to 10 votes. 6 to 2 to 10 or 6 to 2 to 9, meaning 9 or 10 members of that body abstained from these votes. Let us all make sure this commission does not go down that road. We have important matters to take on. We need a functioning commission. I hope each and every member who gets appointed to this will state their position and not abstain. We have had this model to take on tough issues. We've used it over and over for different things, from water to land use to alcohol policy, tough issues that we deal with every single session in some cases. And I just want to make sure on the record in front of us before we vote on this bill that we can all agree we do not need a task force or a commission where we're going to have a bunch of folks who are abstaining from these the positions on these important matters. Let's not repeat that mistake. And so that's my ask of everybody who is eventually appointed to this important commission. And with that, I urge an aye vote on 1003.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members who serve with me, if you ever see me try to run a task force bill again, tackle me, do whatever you can to stop me. This has been an experience, to say the least. I want to start off by thanking the President, thanking the staff, the drafters who've worked on this, the conversation that I've had with the other side of the aisle. I watched the President work for hours in his office trying to come up with a solution here, and the solution that we see in front of you is a lot of his work, is the majority of his work, and really trying to achieve that goal. I think I know I've heard in private conversations, maybe there's a feeling that this bill is inconsequential. Why are we doing this? Like I said last night, members, we didn't call ourselves back. The governor called us back to do this work. And while we're here, we should be doing this work. And that's what this bill does, is it makes sure that we're not just looking at Band-Aids, we're not just looking at short-term solutions, that we're truly bringing people together, entities together, to find a long-term solution, to find that long-term relief that I think all of us want for our constituents. I think the bigger thing I've seen in this bill, though, is that it's really helped me understand and recognize, and it's my 5th year, that what we do in this building matters, but that maybe even more than that, it's how we do it is what matters. And when I speak, I'm speaking generally to the body as a body, as elected members in this building representing our communities. And when I ran for office, I heard loud and clear from my constituents that they said they didn't care who I worked with, that they just wanted me to come down here and do the work and deliver results. And I think that what I've seen with this bill is that's what we tried to do, is we really tried to make sure that that's happened. Members, perspectives matter. I don't care if that perspective is from a an urban area or from the good city of Boulder or the good city of Sterling. Those perspectives matter. And when you look at the makeup of this commission, that's what we did. And we've heard the concerns, and members, I'm not up here thinking that I'm going to change anyone's mind or that this is going to be a different approach, but I want the people of Colorado to recognize, and I want to set a framework for hopefully how we can operate in the future and what we can do together in the future, knowing that we're going to have policy disagreements, knowing that it's not always going to be perfect and it's not always going to be pretty, but that when we have that opportunity to work together, that we should. Members, when we look at that and you hear things, and I heard it for years, and I'm sure the good representative in the House continues to say this, speaking to the urban-rural divide. And we hear that. Members, just like maybe there's a feeling from rural legislators that urban legislators aren't having that perspective, this bill makes sure that we address that, make sure that we have that rural perspective. It doesn't mean that other perspectives shouldn't be fought for either, though. There's a lot of people on this side of the aisle who believes that a teacher's organization or a teacher's perspective should be represented. And so I say this in that if our goal in this building is going to be perfection, if our goal in this building is going to be saying that we can't work with each other unless we get absolutely everything we want, members, we're never going to work together. And that's not about this bill. That's not about me. That's not about us. That does the people of Colorado a disservice. And I don't care what aisle that comes from. I don't care what party that comes from. It's about the state. It's about making sure that we're doing the work for the people of Colorado down here. And I'm sorry if it's coming across as lectury or standing up here, but I'm gonna challenge us to be better. And look, we're never gonna be perfect. We're gonna have fights. But when we can work together, why aren't we working together? You can see the bags underneath my eyes. I don't know if that's from working on a task force bill for 4 days or not sleeping well at night, because this is bugging me. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe I'm, pie in the sky thinking that can happen. But when I talk to my voters, that's what I told them. That's what they asked me. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing when we work together. I think it's a good thing when we bring diverse perspectives to policy. I think it's a good thing when we bring different voices into the conversation. And that's what I hope we do. And I hope that, obviously this is probably going to go the way that I think we already all know it's going to go. But I'm really hopeful, members, that we take this in, and that when we come back to session in January, that we do all that we can to work together. And that when we have that ability to meet each other, that we do it. And that when we have that ability to deliver real results for the people of Colorado together, that we do it. I appreciate your time. I appreciate the work that's gone into this task force. I believe that good things are going to come from it. I believe growth is going to come from it. I appreciate the president for all of the work he's done and the staff that's worked on this bill as well. I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Pelton, B, for beautiful.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I get started, I just want to say thank you to the sponsors of the bill for reaching out, especially the the good senator from Thornton to reaching out at the beginning when we heard the glass break and the safety goggles be on and talk about a safety or a special session. He reached out to me from the very beginning. The reason why he reached out to me is because this was my bill, and from the very beginning of the session. I worked on it since March. I understand task force now, and I would tell everybody in this room not to do it ever, ever, ever again, because it is a daunting charge. So one of the things that I'd just like to talk about is I've sat over there and listened to bipartisanship a lot. And I have to tell you, there was 2 bills that we worked on together, me and another former county commissioner who's in the legislature, and also a former county assessor, that we actually brought to the governor. It was this bill and another one. And we wanted to make sure that we were negotiating with the local governments and to make sure that we were bringing it in front of them, which meant that I had to go in front of my former colleagues of last year and tell them that I was going to start messing with their revenue, which was a hard discussion, part of the task force thing that was very difficult. And there was a lot of things that were going on that we were negotiating and trying to figure out a way forward. And there wasn't very much bipartisanship then. I guess that's just the charge that we get when there's a special session. I also brought this bill to the president and to the former majority leader and with the minority leader and said, hey, I would like to have one of you guys get on the bill with me and work on this task force. And I would have been fine with listening to all this stuff that came up. And we can have those discussions and moving forward. So, and it got laid over, and I asked a few times if we could get it to go move forward. And then when we finally got introduced, I was told that it would probably die in the House. So yes, I did PI it in finance because I wasn't going to let somebody else kill my bill. So I did it. There wasn't any bipartisanship then. So bipartisanship now, I guess, only occurs when we break the glass and ask for a special session. So I do ask that moving forward, we can be better. And let's work together more. I completely agree with what the good senator from Thornton said. And be able to move forward. And I do appreciate everybody in this room, and I do appreciate working with everybody in this room. But I just think that if we're going to talk about bipartisanship, we need to tell the whole story, not just the story of the special session. So thank you, and I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 23B 1003. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Gonzalez, Janal, Henriksen, with a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, House Bill 23B 1003 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Priola, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Sullivan, Marchman, Exum, Jaquez Lewis, Roberts, Hanson,
Message from the House.
November 20th, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to Revisor Statute Senate Bill 1 amended as printed in House Journal November 20, 2023.
Message from the Revisor.
November 20th, message from the Revisor. We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bill 1.
Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 1?
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Svanberg and Hansen and Representative McCluskey and DeGury Kennedy concerning a reduction in 2023 residential property taxes in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 1.
Is there any discussion?
There is no discussion.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Might I ask for an explanation of the House amendments to Senate Bill 1? What did they do over there?
You may ask.
I might not get an
You may not get an answer, or you may. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendments can be found in your bill folders. If you'd like to take a look at those. I'd be happy to
Purely technical.
give it,
is
yeah,
my
very much a
understanding.
technical amendment. The House, after further consideration, removed two of the amendments that we put on here in the Senate. And I am pleased with the changes that were made, so prepared to move forward.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, there was a hotly debated provision concerning future lawsuits and potential lawsuits that some on both sides of the aisle thought might be really important because it would protect the general fund portion of the backfill from litigation. My understanding, given the limited time I've had, is that the House did not think that that was necessary. And that really puzzles me. Do we no longer think that was necessary? Because I was here yesterday and we had a lot of discussion about how important that provision was. Is it no longer important? Are we just going to fold, roll the dice across the street and see what they do? And if they do distribute that money, and they being the treasurer really, distributes that money, are we then going to send a bill to the local governments to get it back? Or when faced with the fact that they say they don't have that money anymore, are we going to come back and use general fund reserve to cover that eventuality? It's interesting to me that one so easily concurs in the House position for something that was so important yesterday. I, without further explanation, would have to urge a no vote on the concurrence. I don't think I'll make a substitute motion to adhere, but if one had the courage of one's convictions, and one's caucus had the courage of one's caucus's convictions, one would move to adhere. So I'm really looking for an explanation of why what was so important yesterday is not important today, or why the House thinks it's so unnecessary, or maybe thinks it's necessary to remove it. It's all very puzzling to me. I know I'm easily confused, but I am confused.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. So my understanding is that, from just a very brief conversation, that the House removed the section that required the clawback from local governments. So the result of that would be is that the state now has exposure, And I guess, does somebody want to explain where the money would come from then? If there is a lawsuit or a judicial decision that says you can't use Tabor surplus from 238? Like, where are we getting the money from? Is there going to be any discussion on that, or are we just supposed to guess that it's going to come from the reserves or from the general fund? $240 million? Interesting. I would urge a no vote.
See no further discussion. The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 1. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood,
Sometimes you go down a blind alley.
Kirkmeyer,
It's like 238.
Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, with a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for repassage of Senate Bill 1.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 1. Are there any no votes?
It's just repassage. Yeah, but it's debatable. It's debatable. Repassage is debatable. Certainly it's debatable.
The Senate will stand in a brief recess. Senate will come back to order. Seeing no further discussion, I suppose. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I only had a couple of sentences to say before, but I feel nearly obligated to speak for 20 minutes now, or 10 minutes, or whatever, if we decided how long I could speak. Members, seriously, having concurred in House amendments, this bill now ignores the very real possibility that when a lawsuit is filed challenging the use, and it's from 22-238, but nevertheless, it's part of this program and this scheme to use taxpayer refund money to backfill local governments. There's a very real possibility that that money will have been distributed to local governments, and that's a good thing in its own right for what the commitment was to them. But if, as I can't help but be an advocate for the position, I don't know what they'll do across. If I knew what they do across the street, I could make a lot of money in a lot of ways. But if at least 4 people across the street ultimately say, you can't take Tabor refund money and hand it to local governments. You can't take it out of government's one pocket and give it to a political subdivision of the government in another pocket. If they say that, then local governments are going to go, what are we going to do now? My prediction is what we'll do now is go into the general fund reserve and take it out of the general fund reserve. Pardon my breaking into laughter, but it was what we said over and over again. This is, it's astounding to me that we spent as much time as we did yesterday on that particular issue, only to have it removed in the other chamber, and now to simply shrug and concur. For a variety of reasons, that being one of them, I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 23B-001. I hope I haven't exceeded my time limit. Thank you.
Is there any discussion, any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 1. Are there any no votes? With a vote of, Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Lundeen, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, with a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 1 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Michelson, Janae, Cutter, you're already on it. Announcements. Senator Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm asking for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Last 2 nights ago, we lost a tremendous woman in our community, Lucille Rivera Roybal. She was brutally taken from us and from her adoring son, True. And I wanted to have a moment of silence in memory of this woman who contributed much to the community in art and medicine and in ways that will last beyond her years here on earth. May I ask for the chimes to be rung?
The Senate will observe a moment of silence and the chimes will ring.
Our heart and our prayers are with True and with the whole family. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 12:45.
Don't go anywhere too far.
That's right.
Members, I believe we are just going to be waiting and see what the House does, because we may need to take action on whatever they send us, so we're going to pause for a bit, and we will come back once we know what they are sending us. The Senate will stand in a brief recess.
Hanson. Hendrickson. Hawkins Lewis.
I'm here.
Kirkmeyer. Kolker. Liston. Lundin. Marchman. Michelson Janae. Mullica. Mullica. Pelton B. Pelton R. Priola. Rich. Roberts. Roberts.
Dillon.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Simpson. Smallwood. Sullivan. Van Winkle. Will. Winter. Zenzinger. Baisley. Bridges. Buckner. Cutter. Fields. Gardner. Kolker.
Here.
Michelson Janae.
What? No, not now.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is to raise the call. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and the call is raised. Message from the House.
November 20th, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 3. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 2. The House has voted to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1001 and has repassed the bill as amended.
Will the clerk please excuse Senators Gardner and Buckner?
He's right behind you.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee be appointed to notify the governor that the Senate is ready to adjourn, sine die.
Is there any objection? Couldn't imagine there would be. Seeing none, Senators Zenzinger, Mullica, and Pelton B are appointed to notify the governor that the Senate is ready to get the heck out of here and adjourn sine die. Senators, you are excused. Make it fast so we can go home. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
What are we doing? Recess and proceed out of order? Proceed out of order. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. I move that we proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you. I am the president. You're the Majority Leader.
I forget that.
You said thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege from the Minority Leader. Mr. Minority Leader.
Mr. President, I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have done the business, imperfect though it is, that we were sent here to do. And in this moment, I want to pause and say to you, as we head into this week where we celebrate a uniquely familial and uniquely American holiday, happy Thanksgiving. I pray blessings on you and your family and your friends. If you're having Friendsgiving instead of Thanksgiving, that's wonderful too. Be thankful in that moment as well. And I pray blessings on our country as we think about this uniquely American pause, where we gather together, put our feet under the table, eat increasingly a diverse menu, what used to be pretty much turkey and mashed potatoes, maybe dressing and cranberry sauce, apple pie. Anybody's mouth watering yet? Mine is. But others may prefer fowl crafted out of chickpeas or some other form of protein. Green chili, of course. Regardless of your dietary choices, regardless of the composition of your family, whether it be the traditional, typical family as it was once constituted and understood, or the increasingly well-known modern family, blessings on you. I hope and pray you have a happy, very American in all of its blessings and challenges and hopes and dreams Thanksgiving. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Will the clerk please add Senator Gardner to the roll? Members, I want to thank the Minority Leader for his kind words. It's been a tough couple of days and at times a fun couple of days. We got some work done, and I just want to say first and foremost, nobody really, I know some of you were calling for this special session forever. No one really wanted to be here, but we had to do our job and we had to come together and do the work. I want to especially thank the staff who turned this around. Whether it's the sergeants, the enroll-in room, the front desk, the partisan staff, the nonpartisan staff, thank you so much for everything you did to make this successful, to keep it on the rails, and to help us do our job for the people of Colorado. We know that you may have had to cut into your Thanksgiving with your family, and we deeply appreciate your service to the state of Colorado. Let's give them another round of applause. The Senate will stand in a hopefully very brief recess as those three senators find their way back up here. Senate will come back to order.
Thank
Would
you.
the committee please report? Senator Mulliken.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. President. We did meet with the governor and let him know that we were done with our business and ready to adjourn. He did wish us a happy Thanksgiving. He also did inform us that he pardoned some turkeys today, 4 to be exact, and those turkeys will be now living in Adams County. And so excited to have some new constituents up in Adams County. So he is aware, and I don't know if any of the other committees members would like to speak. No. Okay.
Wow, that was really.
Yeah, it's great.
You're excused then, if there's something else to say.
Good.
Or you could just stand there. Majority Leader Rodriguez. Consideration of resolutions. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Joint Resolution 1?
Senate Joint Resolution 1 by Senator Rodriguez, Representative Duran, Senate Joint Resolution concerning adjournment sine die of the first extraordinary session of the 74th General Assembly.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SJR 001.
Is there any discussion? The motion is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 1. Are there any no votes? Bipartisanship is alive and well. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, SJR 1 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senators Bridges. Just Bridges. Anybody else? Great. Announcements.
Colleagues,
Majority. Yep.
I would like to thank you all for the work we did. We adjourned today having made some really important progress for our constituents, temporary as they may be. Just to know in 51 days, we will be coming back to continue the discussions we started today and to work on permanent solutions for the things we only did for the last 4, regardless of it taking us 4 days to pass 6 bills. I want to thank you all and wish you all a happy Thanksgiving. On that, Mr. President, I move that the Senate adjourns sine die.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. The Senate will adjourn sine die.